I have the presentation. I got it. I have the clicker. The clicker. Chief, you have the clicker. Yeah. Okay, so this time to Zoom. Yes, Adrian, are you there? They come, please, because you're going to start. Okay. Oh, use my laptop. Huh? But I asked you guys to find out if you have enough internet. I told you yesterday. Okay. Huh? Which name are you using?
Sorry?
Which name are you using?
Ben.
Ben, that's good. I've seen it. I'm coming. Okay. I promoted you. Yeah, I've seen you. It's coming. It's coming. Eh?
You can see them eating candlelight memorial instead of your service.
Yeah.
And second, like,
Wait, let me first finish up. Let me first start on the
If you test positive, take ARVs to protect your baby. Support your pregnant partner. Go for antenatal care services.
Then I promoted you, you didn't allow. It's not easy. Oh.
so can you load it? You can load into the screen
I won't load it yet.
and it can move. Yeah?
We will be like you'll be telling us next. Maybe
No, I want to run it himself.
But we don't have the clicker.
I'm going to get it.
Get for us the clicker.
So just load it.
Audio is played there.
Yeah.
Audio not playing one.
No, yeah.
Audio.
Tell it there. Mm.
Yeah. Are we open the line?
Yeah.
So how many people are there?
Because that's just these were in about 6 people online.
Yes.
Let's got this presentation.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning once again, and thank you so much for having honored the invitation to come for this National Candlelight Memorial Day. My name is Patrick Kamara, and my job today is to moderate the discussion that we're going to have. We meet here also amidst the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. So before we go further, allow me to remind you that we need to follow the SOP. So that as we try to fight HIV and AIDS, we also want to fight the disease that is raging on today, and that is the pandemic, the COVID-19. So let us all the moment remember to leave space, remember to have our masks on, and also remember to sanitize. Because those SOPs can help us cut the infection chain of coronavirus. Our guests are coming in. Your Excellency, Antonio Pacifici, the EU Ambassador to Uganda, you're most welcome, sir. Your Excellency Natalie Brown, the United States Ambassador to Uganda, honorable members of Parliament present, our keynote speaker, the Managing Director, NSSF, Mr. Richard Gawa, the Chairman, Uganda AIDS Commission, and the Commissioners present, the heads of UN agencies, and all aid development partners, representatives of government, ministries, departments, and agencies, representatives of people living with HIV and AIDS. Our panelists who will be discussing this morning, members of the fourth estate, the media, and all partners in fighting HIV and AIDS. All of you, you're most welcome, a warm welcome, President. To begin with, I think it's better we recognize God through a prayer. Our guest of honor is a little late, so we're going to start. And then when she comes in, that's when she'll be able to play the national anthem and the national anthem. But it is important if we can begin with a prayer, and then she'll have welcoming remarks from the Chairman, Uganda AIDS Commission. May I ask Sheila to lead us in a prayer? Thereafter, we shall have welcoming remarks.
Are you there? Are you there?
Some are from overseas, the word of God and mercy. Father Lord, we thank you for today. It's a great day. Thank you for all our special things around. We thank you that you helped us to manage to get here. Today, as we give a very let's give you let's give you a very understand what you're discussing and also to celebrate those that you're going to celebrate that bless us. We pray for the champions, especially the champions, but we also pray for our late brothers. We commit the soul of our main celebrant to pray for the Congo retired. May his soul still remain resting in peace. We pray for the situation of COVID in the country and in the world. Father, we commit all the members here, we commit all the members in the country and the world. We ask for your protection. We also ask for your protection.
But you see, if you run it from a laptop, it won't be able to plug into it.
Father, all those that are there, which we talk soon. And
But still have the issues with the room. What they say is treated that. I think connected the USB.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, our country has faced a problem with HIV/AIDS for quite some time.
But you know,
For those who do not know, the first case was diagnosed around the shore of Lake Victoria in Central in the early 80s. So almost 40 years we were fighting. And Uganda was lauded for coming out clear and often
but you will
and
have
tell the
to
world that we have a problem with HIV in our country. We have taken strides in fighting the disease, but also somewhere we still have a lot. And yet, the disease is still there and still killing and still spreading. So in this national candidate memorial day, we need to look at maybe where did we do it so that we can pick it up and fight again. Because yes, we need to fight.
Okay.
I remember back in the day, when it was a death sentence for somebody to contact HIV. Maybe it is not now, but still we need not to relax. So today I'm looking forward to seeing the discussion of the different panelists and the ideas that we can bring together so that we can face the disease head on. And yes, like you are talking about, to end HIV because it is wrong. Now we're looking into the workforce, fighting stigma, but maybe ending stigma, not just fighting, because stigma still exists. There's a gentleman may I invite. The chairman began the AIDS Commission to give us welcoming remarks. Let us invite the welcome round.
Thank you, the chairperson of HIV Committee of Parliament, who is the Parliament President, the Chair AIDS Government Partner, the Mates Council Director, the Ambassador of the European Union to Uganda, the United States Ambassador to Uganda, the Managing Director, National Security Fund, and representative of the Inter-Religious Council of Uganda, Chairperson Matofano, representatives of young people and other persons living with HIV, Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission, Media Fraternity, all professors of science. I welcome you to this Memorial Day. For us, to remember the millions of people who have died of AIDS, that the day reflect on where we are, the national HIV. The day to identify what we need to differently in order to prevent battling. As we look forward to hearing from the different panelists, speakers, it's my hope that we shall identify the great changes that will help us train AIDS better and achieve our goal in the AIDS by 2030. And therefore, warmly welcome all of you to this Memorial Candlelight Memorial Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another round of applause to him. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember in the 90s when so many people were dying in big numbers every day. There was an occasion when they were traveling, taking a boat somewhere in Western Uganda, and they reached the market. These were military men going to bury one of their colleagues. And then the man wanted to buy something to go with it to Kampala from the village after burial. But he didn't have money. And so he said, you know what, I should have bought, but I haven't coupled the money today, so maybe I'm not going to buy anything. The lady said, no, it's okay, you can buy it. Soon you'll become bank of value. You can imagine that was that given that somebody at the market will telling somebody in Kampala that you check when you're coming for the next value, then you'll pay. You know what I mean? That it was given that every weekend you are going to value because somebody has succumbed to the disease of HIV. It was that time. And so when you remember today, let us try to forge ahead and see what we can do next, so that we don't get back to those dark days that we witnessed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our keynote speaker, who's the managing director of the National Security Fund, Mr. Richard Yarka. I should also thank NSSF because they are partnering with us to be able to make Candlelight Memorial Day a success. Thank you so much, NSSF. So may I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Richard Yabkawa, our keynote speaker, to come.
Let him highlight that PPT because he's going to use it with the clicker.
What use the clicker?
So I know you're all expecting a big speech. I don't give speeches. I make presentations. So my colleagues who are here, you have to stand there because that's where it all is. Unfortunately, there is no instrument for us to watch it directly.
I think it's okay.
The chairman of the AIDS Commission, I think you did all the protocols, so I'll go into the presentation.
Video stream.
Our journey towards ending AIDS by 2030 means that
Let him first
we
highlight
need
the
to eliminate
presentation.
the stigma in our workplace. That's what I'm about to talk about. As a business, we've had to go
Let him
through
highlight Richard's
dealing with
presentation.
HIV in our workplaces.
Otherwise, he
And I
can't
believe that
present
there's
and
some really nice insights I'd like to share with you. But I'll start off with a couple of pictures that you probably have seen before.
So now,
These are ordinary people all looking like each one of
so
us.
now let's the camera guy.
Boris, Lara,
Let's try to
Renee, Nasir, McKenna, Arun. All these are people who have a yes, like you. But each of them has a personal story. We look at Lynette. She was born with HIV, and she spent much of her earlier life and childhood spent on the edge of death. Today, she lives a normal life and is an HIV Live Normal advocate. This is one of us. It's recognizable. So I think it's a good time to ask ourselves, do you have an HIV workplace policy? Today, I believe the gist of my presentation will be around whether companies have a workplace policy that's good for ensuring that HIV is dealt with in a reasonable manner. Let's start off with a few definitions. What does the word stigma actually mean? So as I was preparing for this, I went into my Google, man's best friend today when you're confronted with things. And the definition is a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person. However, it actually does have, in the Christian tradition, another one, which responds to marks corresponding to those left on Jesus' body by the crucifix. And it's said to have been impressed by divine favor on the bodies of Saint Francis of Assisi. Borrowed from Latin to mean mark, brand, and in Greek to mean to tattoo, and certainly in English, a scar left by hot iron. And that's exactly why we do need a workplace policy, because of the cause of stigma. What now? You can help me. But I need to control it. I control it. Oh, there we go. All right, so sorry for this pause. That's exactly why we need a workplace policy. Because when we test positive with AIDS, people look at us as if we are an ugly scar. However, for the business, we lose twice. One, we deny the best. We deny them the best of themselves, them, the worker, but the company, we are also denied the best of them. So it is double jeopardy as far as it's concerned. That's why it's so important to have a workplace policy that deals with the stigma that is created and with all the things that we need to do in order to improve the welfare of the people who work for us so that they can give us the best as employers. And guess what? It makes a lot of business sense if you did have a workplace policy in place. And I'll tell you why. It sure ain't good. It's because 1 out of every 2 people in Uganda today affected by AIDS is actually of working age. Not only that, over 100% of the people in Uganda know, will know, have known, knew somebody who was very close to them that did suffer from AIDS. So it is something really that we have to deal with at the workplace. So the workplace policy needn't be complicated at all. And this is the wisdom of what I would like to share today. So a couple of acronyms for you to remember out of today. It's the peer. It doesn't sound great, but it's very easy to remember and it's simple. So we've used those acronyms to work out 4 things we have used in our workplace policy in order for our staff to be able to remember it all the time. The first is to protect. Ensure that there are anti-discriminatory policies put in place. Second is to include not only those who do not have, but those who have. So nothing about us without us. Third, to empower our people so that they can understand their rights. And finally, to make sure that we educate regularly our staff so that they can change attitudes towards the whole stigma issue. We hope to make a huge difference as a result of this very, very simplified journey that we've been able to map at the NSSL. So I'll take a little bit of time talking about
the actual policy that we've been able to put in place at the NSSF. Take us with this journey. We've tried to keep it simple. We're in charge. So we've kept it simple and but effective, which is peace and be. So under protect, we've introduced a non-discriminatory policy, and there is confidentiality with no obligation to disclose your HIV status. We've also put in place a comprehensive insurance policy and hired a company health advisors to be able to give our staff confidentially advice and help without them being exposed to anybody else who doesn't need to know. For inclusion, we've made sure that stigma and discrimination discrimination are eliminated, and that's a deliberate goal, with the policy applying to all our staff. And we do celebrate all the events, including the World AIDS Day, and a couple of the others, including our presence today in this very function. Under Empower, the policy is available for everyone, and employees are sensitized about their rights and encouraged to provide to them free counseling. A counselor who was hired a couple of years ago, they've been very effective. Obviously, somehow we've also found that during this particular pandemic, these counselors have been very useful, especially in things like mental health, which sadly our staff have had to suffer because of the lockdown and all the situations that came out of the current pandemic. But employees are also encouraged to act on violations. And finally, on the education side, the workplace is an education center where we provide programs about HIV and peer educators as part of the colleagues of our staff. And there is plenty of information that's available to help, especially in the change of attitudes. Why should we take this fight to the workplace, you may ask? It's because, as I'm sure the other speakers will tell you, AIDS remain a threat to Uganda's public health. The numbers are there. Uganda's prevalence is still at 6.2% against a global prevalence of only 0.7. And if you look at the numbers at the end of 2019, we had almost 1.4 million Ugandans who had AIDS, and there had been about 21,000 deaths, of which the majority, as you can see, are in the men above the age of 15. So quite frankly, the numbers don't look good for our country, and therefore, as a workplace, we should be taking this fight down there. We're still making good progress as a nation. However, as you can see, the number of infections from 2010 dropped from 94,000 to about 53,000 in 2019. And the annual deaths dropped from 53,000 in 2010 to 21,000 in 2019. But, as I should say, we shouldn't drop our guard. We believe that the workplace stigma is definitely dropping off the guard. Because as you will see, the numbers I'm about to share, 30.4% of people who were interviewed said that they had lost their job or had been denied employment because of their HIV status. Not only that, almost 15% of members interviewed were said that their job descriptions had been changed in order to allow them, or almost to stigmatize them, to allowing to do lesser job because they were HIV positive. These are self-reported stories, and stigmatization still remains. That's why we don't need to drop our guard. Because if we choose to bury our heads in the sand, we will face the real consequences. And I'd like to wrap off this with an actual story of a company that exists in our midst. In fact, exists about 500 meters from where we are now representing. The Serena is a success story, has been quoted by the International Labour Organization. It's one of the largest chains in our region. Between the year 1998 and 2002, they lost 35 employees to HIV/AIDS. And guess what? This number was reflected in their bottom line, as the accountants would say. Death benefits paid out were equivalent to 5 years of salary for each of the 35 deceased employees. That hit the company's bottom line straight right home. The insurance provider that they were using at the time canceled their medical policy because it became so expensive to continue running their medical policy. Their staff engagement, that's the index of the employees, went down drastically, leading to a very, very, very difficult period for the staff. However, in 2002, they decided to introduce the PIE, or the PEAT, implementing a rigorous HIV workplace policy, which gave tremendous results. Just run that all down so I can. So number one, mortality of employees reduced from the 35 between 98 2002 to only 8 between 2002 to 2007. Tremendous improvement. The staff became more knowledgeable, motivated, and became health cautious. Absenteeism from work reduced tremendously. And there was even a reduction in the amount of money that they were paying in life insurance. Their premiums reduced by approximately $90,000. Incredibly, fewer new infections were recorded, and the company's corporate image improved. Research definitely did show that there was a big improvement after they'd introduced a rigorous workplace policy for HIV that they implemented. We can do this everywhere in all organizations. We can achieve a stigma-free workplace and a stigma-free Uganda. Because different we may be, but equals we still are. I'd like to end with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. Recall this, I'm sure. It's not the years in your life that count. It's the life in your years. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause to Richard. Thank you so much, sir, for having taken us through that. And I think I'm a believer that here it can work. If we can protect, if we can include, if we can empower, and if we can educate, I think then we are on the right course of trying to fight the disease that has afflicted us for quite some time. And as a country, I think we can see dividends, because sometimes we see that the horizon is near, though we also get some setbacks. So this is the moment, as we remember on this Candlelight Memorial Day, to also think of other innovative ways how we can deal with the disease before us. I've been asked to request the board members of the Uganda AIDS Commission who are here to stand up for recognition. Thank you so much. Now we have a small ceremony, that is the lighting of the candle. Okay, allow me to amend the program now that our guest of honor is not here, because the issue of lighting of the candle probably was good best if the guest of honor is here. So may I request the UNAIDS Acting Country Director, Mr. Josam Mubangizi, to come and speak to us. Let us welcome him to the round of applause.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, protocol, ladies and gentlemen. Today is yet another important day in the life of HIV and AIDS response that has been on for the years. And we come here again to celebrate and also remember the time of all those that have lost their lives due to HIV and AIDS. But also to salute the great team that have been able to work with and support people living with HIV and AIDS. My presentation will highlight a sense around the global perspective of HIV and AIDS, where the East and Southern Africa, where we are, and I end with a reflection of the Uganda. Globally, we have about 38 million people living with HIV and AIDS, and about 1.7 million people that are infected annually, about 700,000 deaths. But what is more strange and more focus for us is that in East and Southern Africa continue to bear the hardest burden of HIV and AIDS in terms of the number, proportion living with HIV, in terms of the new infection that happened, in terms of AIDS-related deaths. When we bring it back East and Southern Africa, South Africa, in Africa, South Africa, Nigeria, and Uganda again are leading the bars in terms of those aspects. And therefore, it's only fair and right that today we make a reflection and we make a commitment on what can be done to address the issues around HIV and AIDS. In this slide, HIV again affects us in different dimensions and with different subpopulations. Of particular of our concern globally and within East and Southern Africa, but also Uganda in particular, that the women continue to be affected more. Globally, we see that every week, it's about 5,500 young women who are in reproductive age, or young people 10 to 24, become infected with HIV and AIDS. When I come to Uganda, we see that on a daily basis, it's about 100 people being infected. And also take note that in South Africa, in Southern Africa, 5 and 6 new infections will continue to happen around our sisters, our young children within the age of 19, and this is a worry, especially as our children will be more moving into the adulthood, continue to be infected, and that is something that we can think and reflect, especially as we look at SIM for this year, HIV within the workplace. Again, last as I end on that slide, take note that about that of women around the world have experienced physical, social, and intimate pattern of violence, and this again continue to fuel the transmission that threats HIV and AIDS. And ultimately, because of those issues, they continue to affect it. On the discrimination, globally I've tried to look at the number of countries. The number of countries, of course, doing badly, but also Uganda, we are not doing well in terms of discriminatory attitude, and this happened within the places of work, within the health facilities, within our communities, but within our homes, as we recruit the health workers, as we recruit the house helpers at home. This continues to be a challenge, and Richard, the MD, has ever talked about the issues around the workplace and the challenges that come with it. In the next slide, I share with you that we can make a dent. We can reduce the infection if we can maintain and ensure that our young children, our young girls and boys, adolescent girls that can contribute, complete the education cycle. Education remains a safety net, and therefore keeping girls and boys within the education helps us to ensure that we protect them from being infected, and therefore we can be able, if that is done, to be able to reduce reduction. But you can see, Uganda, we are not doing well, though we are ahead of the game from Angola, Zambia, Mozambique are the ones beating us, but we have others that have high infection, but we can make it better. When we come back home, and the MD talked about it very well around reduction in infection. When we come back home, by end of 2020, the most recent data that we got just a few days ago, we've seen a reduction in HIV infections by 62%, from about 100,038 by end of 2020. We can say, yes, we've done it. But friends, data as we are here speaking, by end of the day, we'll have an estimated 100 people being infected. And these are basically the able working class. And this infection can happen within work-related places. And it is only fair, as we stand today, to commemorate and remember the candlelight, say, what is it that we can do today to stop the 100 infections that will happen today? If we did reduce that, then it means we will not need to end, because if we don't stop this, then it means daily you have 100 by end of 5 years. Those are the new infections that you need the treatment for. And you need treatment for life. And the life means you must pay for that. And it requires a lot of money. And therefore, if we can do the prevention, then we'll be able to move on and reduce that. The last slide I wanted to zoom into, where is it happening most? Ladies and gentlemen, the age of 24 to 29 continue to bear the highest burden, a proportion about 25% of the new infection that we saw in the year 2020. And that is followed by age 15 to 24. And those are the issues, I think, and those are the active at the workplace. Those are the people who are here, the people working, and therefore that is why we need again to refocus intervention within the workplace, such that we can be able to make a dent. But ladies and gentlemen, also take note that there are innocent children that are born with HIV, contributing about 14%. And yet we have the PMTC program within the country, we have the science. But the issue still again remains stigma, still remains discrimination, because it means that at home, the people are taking the treatment under the bed, under the blanket, and they are not disclosing because when they disclose, either they will be chased away or other issues will happen. Let me go to the other slide around the young people. We take note that infections have reduced within the young people in 24, but we still have issues around, especially our adolescent girls, that they continue to have the highest burden of these issues. And the issues around the safe sex, the negotiation, those are the aspects that we can be able to discuss within the university setting as they come out and they join the workplace. How are the workplace environment are there issues, are there policies that can be able to protect these young girls such that they are not abused by the people who either supervise them or the people who do other things, and then they create the new infection. The last slide talks about the AIDS-related deaths, that we've been able to do well. We've been able to see a reduction in AIDS-related deaths by about 60%. But the bad news is that as daily, we continue to witness an estimated 60 AIDS-related deaths, and this translates into about 460 on a weekly basis. Yet the partners, including the USA, the PEPFAR program has been able to enroll many people in the treatment, and therefore they should be able to live longer, but we continue to see this AIDS-related deaths. Ladies and gentlemen, my last slide talks about the progress for Uganda, again as by the 2020, that we've been able to do well. This supposes that 90% of the people living with HIV, currently we have about 1.1 million people living with HIV. We have 1.2 plus 1.3 on treatment. And what it means, the first 90 is that of the people living with HIV, 1.4, at least 90% should know their HIV status. And 90% should be able to have severe treatment. And 90% should be able to have the HIV virus suppressed so that they cannot transmit the infection. While we've done well across the edges, but we still see the issues around the children, that the children are not doing well in terms of ensuring that all the children with HIV are on treatment, ensuring that their viral loads are suppressed. But also within the men, the adult men, we need to do more to improve on their viral suppression. At the end, there is still hope. The 40 years of HIV and the response has told us that we can do more. There is science, and then there are global strategies, especially and also the national strategy, focusing on ensuring that we achieve the 95%, 95%. 95% know their HIV status, 95% should be on treatment, and 95% should be able to be virus suppressed. Once that is happened, then we will be able to reduce AIDS-related deaths, we'll be able to reduce new infection, and ultimately from the investment point of view, we will not be putting a lot of money on the other piece. I submit that. Thank you.
Another round of applause to Jonathan. Thank you so much, and especially for ending on hope that we are driving to see 95% of people know their status, 95% of people with HIV are having treatment, and 95% of their virus suppressed. But if that happens, then that will be a good journey towards ending HIV and AIDS. But you said the journey is also costly because 100 people contracted disease almost on daily, and that will constitute a big number in 5 years to come. And by the way, I understand actually the bill for treating people living HIV is not a bill that is picked by the people or the government of Uganda. That's a bill, Excellency Ambassador Natalie, that is picked by the people of the United States and the people, I think, in the European Union. Sometimes I get scared. What if there is that kind of donor fatigue? And they say we have put in a lot of money for so many years. Maybe can you do it yourselves? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we ponder on those issues, may I invite a representative from the Interreligious Council of Uganda to come and speak to us. And then after that, we shall have some form of education and entertainment by Moses Supercharged. But first, let's welcome you to come. Observe what was above. This is a statement by the Religious Council of Uganda on the event to commemorate the Night Memorial. The theme, HIV stigma free at places of work in Uganda, journey towards ending AIDS by 2030. The 27th of May, 2021. Fellow Ugandans and development partners, on behalf of the Interreligious Council of Uganda Council of Presidents, I greet you all in the name of the Almighty God. Dear brothers and sisters, we are here once again, first to support those who are living with HIV and AIDS, and secondly, to remember those who have now died. Equally, I want to acknowledge the pain of those who loved them and of those who care and will care for them. But while we remember the people we have lost, let's give thanks for the progress we have made towards an AIDS-free future and the commitment to ensuring that no one is left behind. We do appreciate that much has been achieved since AIDS was first identified over 3 decades ago. Infection rates in our country have begun to decline. Fewer babies are being born with HIV, and many more are now on life-saving antiretroviral medicine. But there is much more to be done. The HIV-related stigma continues to be a significant challenge before us. If we are to see a day where there are 0 AIDS-related deaths, 0 new HIV infections, and 0 discrimination, we must work together to ensure that the practical efforts, political will, and financial commitments continue. As we give thanks for what has been achieved, we commit ourselves again to doing all we can to make sure we mobilize our leadership and resources to fight stigma in all its form. The major question today is, how can we set an example of fighting HIV-related discrimination and stigma at workplaces? The reason for the stigma and discrimination can be attributed to the fact that people still view AIDS as a disease that results strictly from immoral behavior. And many influential community leaders still discuss HIV/AIDS in these terms. The challenge before all of us is to demystify this and change this narrative. To surmount this challenge, our employees should be given the same rights, benefits, and opportunities as those with other serious diseases or illnesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we need new and
concerted efforts, better documentation, more open exchange of information, more involvement and professional respect for the experience of people living with AIDS. However, we all share the same goals, no matter where we reside or positions we hold, to stop the epidemic and to provide care and support to those already infected. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate this day, we need to reflect on the following issues. One, if we are to fight stigma and end AIDS, all of us must learn to speak with one voice to say that HIV and AIDS must be eliminated to save the lives of the individuals, including the very old and the very young, whom the virus is presently destroying. The best memorial we can give to those who have died from this disease and to those who are living with HIV is to promise that we will speak with a united voice. We will support them, whatever the race, gender, or age they might be, and that we will do our utmost to learn how to suppress the disease everywhere and for good. Additionally, we will ensure there is zero stigma and discrimination in our workplaces. As religious leaders, we continue to thank the government of Uganda through the Uganda AIDS Commission for the invaluable support to IRCU. We extend our appreciation to the United Nations Entity for Population and Development, UNFPA, for working with us for over 110 years now. As I conclude, may I invite moderator for guidance? There's something to be done, my wonderful. Thank you. I've been well advised that what I was going to do will be done later when the minister is present. And we want to promise that as religious leaders in this country, dear friends, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I make an intro, can I request stigmalists? Can I request stigmalists band to join me on stage? As they come, ladies and gentlemen, Paul was the supercharger. Also, the person was lived with HIV since 1994. 80 to 30 years with HIV, and I'm glad that the topic we're discussing is one of the biggest challenges we face as people living with HIV. The youth you're seeing on stage were all youth born and living with HIV, but they are going through a lot. They are going through a lot. And when we hear you discuss about stigma, we really feel proud of you, we feel happy. Before I give you my presentation, I would like to tell you one problem. That actually the problem we are discussing begins within ourselves, within our family. When you look at the CBOs, the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations dealing with HIV, they also need to act up to fight stigma. When opportunities come, they don't want to give them to people living with HIV, and yet they are fighting HIV. And when he gives you an opportunity of facilitation, he thinks that actually he's doing you a favor, forgetting that there are two groups fighting HIV. Two groups doing an amazing work of ending HIV. One group is doing it with a monthly payment, with a fueled vehicle, and then another group is fighting HIV without a fueled vehicle, without even a monthly payment. So I feel really very pain inside to the CBOs, the non-government organizations, the organization and the affiliated government organizations. You are not doing enough. You are complaining of stigma, and yet you have not cleaned up your house. Let us give you a song. A quick one. Give us the sound.
Prevention of HIV. Prevention is solution number one. Our leaders, young people, elders. Prevention must be the golden rule. Let them know. Chimala chimala, chimala chimala, chimala chimala. Stop the suffering. Let them know. Chimala chimala, chimala chimala, chimala chimala. Stop the misery. Let them know. Facing new infections every day. Mortality in my continent striking fast. The burden is alarming in Africa, and funding for the service slimming down. I'm calling on my people, wherever you are, let us take up the pace to stop new infections. Prevention of HIV. Solution number one. Our leaders, young people, elders. Prevention must be the golden rule.
Let's go to the next. It's all about this, the sound. Let's go to the next important song. We are remembering our folks who have died because of HIV. They didn't want to die. They didn't want to die. And this is a special day. We thank Uganda AIDS Commission for always organizing this important day, which matters to us, the 1.4 million people in Uganda who are living with HIV. I've lived with HIV for 28 years, but it's not easy. And the message I'm passing to those who have not got infected yet, don't get HIV. Don't look at me, Supercharge, and think, thank you for clapping. Don't look at Supercharger and say, Supercharger looks nice. Supercharger is working. Supercharger's droppers abroad. So I can also get HIV. You don't know what I'm going through. I take 7 tablets a day to look like this. But these tablets, I must take them when I'm close to the washroom. Every time I take them, I get diarrhea. Do you want to live like that? So don't get HIV. There's so much money the government and the international partners are spending to buy us medications, could build roads. So don't get HIV so that we can cut down the expense. Give us the song. It's not about the sound. Give us the video. Madam Joanita, please join us.
The Candlelight Memorial Day is an internationally recognized.
Wait for Joanita to come. Madam Joanita. I composed and directed the following song, but she helped me produce it. So when you see the word, don't blame the boss, blame the producer. So thank you so much. She's gonna do the song with folks. Give us the song.
Okay. It is done to remember all of those people who have died because of AIDS. People who have died because of AIDS, need to be remembered so that we stand in solidarity with the ones who are left behind, their relatives, their loved ones, their employers, because of the great work they have done. So we commemorate it every 17th day of May of each year. This year, because of the multiple events happening in the country, this had to be postponed to the 27th of May. But individual institutions, commemorate this. It can be at a workplace, it can be at family level, and you do that by lighting a candle, signify, that we still remember you, we still love you for what you did, and it energizes us to continue the fight against HIV and AIDS.
Let's light the candles, unseen harmonies, to remember people who died because of HIV. Jineni subawa, jitante konesana, yonna bigende, edibana fama bazawa. Let's light the candles, unseen harmonies, to remember people because of HIV. Jineni subawa, jitante konesana, yonna bigende, edibana fama bazawa.
Traveling every minute to accept the truth that you have gone. Staring at the children you left behind working. You left this world like rain, departing sun. Memories of your smile created big cracks in our hearts.
Let's light the candles, unseen harmonies, to remember people who died because of HIV. Jineni subawa, jitante konesana, yonna bigende, edibana fama bazawa.
Stained windows sparkle as the sun is shining bright. At the end of losing beauty, when the darkness falls down.
The bitterest tears we shed were because of losing you. UNESCO, Lord, I salute you for the endless fight you gave.
Let's light the candles, unseen harmonies, to remember people who died because of HIV. Jineni subawa, jitante konesana, yonna bigende, edibana fama bazawa.
Tunajjukiranga obulamu bwayitamu, tunabasabiranga kubanga mwali balwanyi. Obubaka obwaleero bwammwe abavubuka, mukole nnyo mwekuume eggwanga libeetaaga nnyo.
Let's light the candles, unseen harmonies, to remember people who died because of HIV. Jineni subawa, jitante konesana, yonna bigende, edibana fama bazawa. Candlelight day, this is candlelight.
Candlelight.
Candlelight day, no candlelight.
Candlelight.
Candlelight day, this is candlelight. Candlelight day, no candlelight. Candlelight day, this is candlelight. Candlelight day, no candlelight. Candlelight day, this is candlelight. Candlelight day, no candlelight. Candlelight day, this is candlelight. Candlelight day, no candlelight.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so there are
Thank you so
important messages that are
At least don't cut the Diggie's message, please. Let it flow. It's less than a minute. Let it flow. Play that message.
that HIV is still here with us. That although we have treatment, it is not a cure. We do not have a vaccine. So we still need to protect ourselves and keep ourselves, because the risk of catching a new HIV infection is still there. That is one message. The second message is that we still see a lot of stigma due to that people living with HIV experience. And this stigma may be in homes, from the people they live with, either their parents, their siblings, the caretakers. The stigma may be in schools, from their teachers and schoolmates. It may be at the workplace. In fact, this year, the theme for our commemoration is ending HIV stigma at the workplace. You know, we would like, because we know, and the workplace extends beyond just, you know, the office environment between the two walls. The workplace could be in a home. You know, if you have house help, that is their workplace. That is, if you had, you know, somebody living with HIV, and he also works, you know, as the housemaid or the nanny, whatever the name will be, there are reports of lots of stigma and discrimination. So we would like Ugandans, I would like Ugandans to know that people living with HIV should not be judged by their condition, that they are like anybody else. They are capable of, you know, doing things that all other people do, many times even better than, you know, how the other people are doing. You know, when they are put in school, they perform better. We know of doctors, lawyers, teachers who are excellent in their work despite their HIV status. When we discriminate these people against and stigmatize them against HIV, it has many effects. They lose self-confidence. They may not go to access, you know, HIV services, including testing, including treatment. And that not only puts them at risk, it puts other Ugandans at risk, you know, because if they miss their treatment because they were stigmatized in school and, you know, they engage into a sexual relationship with another person, if you're not taking your treatment routinely, your viral load will go high and the risks of infecting the other person is higher. So because of those effects of stigma and discrimination, one other key message is let's not stigmatize, let us not discriminate people living with HIV. They are productive members of our society and they can do everything that all of us can do. And if we do that, if we remove stigma, if we do not discriminate against people living with HIV, we will reduce new infections. We will then move towards achieving the goal of ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030.
Thank you so much. That was Executive Director, Uganda AIDS Commission, Nelson. Thank you so much. I also want to thank you, Supercharger Moses, and the Stigmaless, and Joanita. Thank you so much for that performance, for speaking to us and teaching us. Thank you so much. I've seen members of Parliament present. Once again, I want to thank you for having done that, and also congratulate you for having won the election. I have seen the former member of the Uganda the HIV/AIDS Parliamentary Committee on HIV/AIDS, your neighbor Nambozo, I think. Yeah, thank you so much, and for making it back to Parliament. That was a tough fight, and thank you. I'm sure probably you'll be back on the committee. But thank you for the work. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for take a break. Our tea or coffee is ready. You can sit just around the corner. That's what we find. Let us take a cup of coffee. Come back in only 10 minutes, and then we're going to hear the panel discussion. People giving us different experiences and ideas of how we can work. It's time for break.
pregnant, go for antenatal care services at a health facility. Take the HIV test with your partner. If you test positive, take ARVs to protect your baby.
What if they take those medicines?
You'll be able to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today.
Fellow men, support your pregnant partner to go for antenatal care services.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line 0800 200 600 0800 100 064. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
I had some money to answer prayers for you. However, as part of this work, just like my
You get to the street and just such had nothing done.
she's positive. That God is such a big positive.
That is when I was not infection.
Oh,
No. This is my sister's good.
now I'm going to set my own precautions. I don't want HIV in my house. I don't want AIDS in my house. And you? Next. Julie. I think we don't know that you're HIV positive. Not today or what?
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? I think our coffee break is taking longer than we had anticipated. So if you are hearing and you are just within the corridors, please tell our colleagues to get back because we don't want to run behind schedule. Just adding a few minutes, 1 or 2, and then I'll be calling the panelists one by one. Each one will have 5 minutes. And then after the panel discussion, I'll have some kind of a plenary, very short, so that we can engage them with questions. Maybe commend them where you think they have done a good job, or add to whatever you think has been left, so that we are all geared towards adding value on this day, which is the Candlelight Memorial Day. And should you disagree with them, that's just okay. But I'll ask you to disagree with respect. And when that time comes, you just put up your hand, tell us where you're from and your name. You ask a question or you make a statement, but be precise and concise. We don't want the speech again to come out from the audience. We also don't want to deny you an opportunity to speak. So in a minute or two, we are convening. I'm calling in the panelists one by one to take their position. I think they'll come one at a time here on the podium, 5 minutes each. And then they get back into the audience. And after that, they open the discussion for you to reach what they will have. Okay, so this is the second last boarding call for those who are coming in. You tell the colleagues outside, the train shouldn't give them. Where is starting so?
Negative, but you may be positive. So everybody must test individually.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President. AIDS is still with us, and Uganda has 1,000 new infections and 500 deaths every week. The estimated total number of people with HIV is 1.4 million.
We had relaxed. It had calmed down. But I think we should go back. Because now we have a chance to completely defeat it. So we should talk more.
As a leader, I pray to support the struggle against HIV/AIDS in Uganda.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. As a leader, play your part in the fight against HIV. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
HIV is still around, but HIV does not spread through casual contact.
AIDS, from the beginning, was a simple disease because it was not very infectious. You shake somebody's hand, it would like you. You could not get it through breathing, and in that way, that's why we have to be started by 2030.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Love and care for people living with HIV. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
So in 2000, Moses, your line is failing. We are switching you to the second line, and it is the last option.
wenzibukira amaanyi tandika okutegereka nti olaba nze Moses omusajja yasoma omusajja akola buledi omusajja asoma empapula z'amawulire omusajja alina ate olwo abantu baffe wansi eyo emmanga naddala abaana abato awugambye nti bino okuvaayo ntandika okuyamba abantu baffe bonna mbategeeze nti omuntu yenna bw'avaayo neyejjanjabisa ate bulungi obudde bukyali ebbanga ery'okuwangaalira ddala foreva ndeebaweerere nze kati emyaka 40 naye bwetambula mukuba osobola okumanya nti nkalera tosobola okumanya era badde mpitawo abakyala bagamba oluleesi olungi luno lweddalulibu bankebeza amaaso obuzibu bwe tulina abantu baffe kebeza ki maaso abantu kondomu bazikozesa naye olumala ozikozesa omulundi gumu 2 3 nga batandika okukebeza amaaso naye resitono nkaka engeri gyanyirira kana kabina tekalina siriimu nandindira awo amukebeza maaso. So you cannot tell by your eyes that the person is living with HIV. You can only tell by taking him to Uganda cares. Neba mukola ki? Neba mukebera.
The estimated total number of people living with HIV is 1.4 million, and about 1.2 million are on treatment. People with HIV can still live a healthy life if they adhere to treatment.
Health is wealth. Help Uganda become prosperous by remaining healthy.
I take my ARVs every day. I am healthy and strong.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. If you're living with HIV, take ARVs daily as advised by your health worker. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President. Did you know that 1,000 Ugandans get HIV every week? Did you know that every week 500 people die of AIDS in Uganda? HIV is still with us. In 2017, President Museveni launched the fast-track initiative to end AIDS by 2030. We must stop HIV. The best way for young people to avoid HIV is to abstain.
Why you in a hurry to have sex at 16, at 18, at 20, and then you die, or you start having problems, which you may live with all your life? Why don't you wait, hold on, study, finish your degree, and then you look for a partner at the right time?
Protect yourself. Abstain from sex until you're ready. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
If you are pregnant, go for antenatal care services at a health facility. Take the HIV test with your partner. If you test positive, take ARVs to protect your baby.
Because if they take those medicines, then the baby is born HIV free.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today.
Fellow men, support your pregnant partner to go for antenatal care services.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Our guest of honor, Honorable Esther Bayo, Minister in charge of Office of the President, Ambassador at Leo Pacific, the European Union Ambassador to Uganda, Excellency Ambassador Natalie Brown, members of Parliament around, our keynote speaker, Mr. Richard Byarugaba, the MD NSS SAFE, the Chairman Uganda AIDS Commission and the commissioners, heads of UN agencies, representatives of governments, ministries and departments or agencies, representative of people living with HIV, our panelists who are going to be coming here on stage to talk to us, all partners in fighting HIV and AIDS. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for having found time to come. We are honored and humbled that you are here with us. Maybe I need to brief you. Honorable Minister, we just had a few remarks, welcoming remarks. We have also had a prayer, of course, and we had young people living with HIV make a performance for us that is also teaching us about where we are and the need to fight stigma on a day like this, National Candlelight Memorial Day. So you found us, Honorable Minister, when we were just gone for break, but we're reconvening so that we can have a panel discussion. And right away, I'm going to be calling the panelists to take to come one by one and take their 5 minutes, and thereafter shall have a very short plenary where members of the audience will ask questions, and then maybe add to the discussion or disagree with them or agree with them, whatever they will have understood from the presentation of the panelists. We have members of parliament with us here. We also have the board members of the commission with us. Quite a diverse audience. By distancing and by sanitizing. May I now invite our first panelist, who's a senior consultant physician, clinical head at Mulago National Referral Hospital, senior clinician specializing in endocrinological illnesses, adrenal and reproductive diseases, working with Uganda National Council for Science and Technology and Uganda National Health Research Organization and National Drug Authority, a member of the Medical Licensing and Examination Practitioners Council. Please welcome with me with a round of applause, Dr. Nakwagala Frederick Nelson. Dr. Nakwagala, as you come in front, I think the Honorable Minister could not sing the national anthem because you're not yet here. So I think it is important protocol. And then let's all rise the national anthem and then the East African anthem. Dr. Nakwagala, what is happening in the health sector to promote health workers' sensitivity in caring for people living with HIV and AIDS? Ladies and gentlemen, it appears Dr. Nakwagala is not in the auditorium. Give a testimony on living with HIV and with a disability, as well as recommendations for addressing the challenges. Justin. Justin has a disability.
This opportunity to come as a panelist talking about myself. My name is Nega from my district. I did a diploma in university administration, then bachelor in social work and social administration. And once around me to share this message to you all, living with HIV is not a simple thing when you have a disability. For me, I got this since 1994. I was quite challenging from since I was born. Since I was born, because I grew up with my grandma. I lost my parents. I was challenged from since what there is all tell you, stigma is all about to start from an individual up to international levels. Because when you declare that you are HIV positive, people they used to ignore you, family people, the relatives, teachers, community leaders. The government has tried to sensitize people about HIV and living with disability. Living with disability. For me, I've managed to contribute to my fellow youth and the public. Though advocacy is there, but still, there's still a gap. For me, I appeal the government to put a strong dedication to sensitize people at workplace. Because since I finished my studies, whenever I go for an interview, I used to declare myself that I'm positive living. Then people they used to ignore it, but also that one. She's disabled. Again, she's HIV positive. Then I said, what can I do? I consoled myself. I started self-employment. People they used to ignore what come at my stationery, but I managed to go to build self-esteem. Like people they used to come president and stakeholders since there is an opportunity for work, they engage people with disabilities. Thank you.
Let's give Justine another round of applause. It takes a lot of courage for a young girl like Justine to come out and declare her HIV status to the world. But you can see Justine is also visually impaired. Justine is physically disabled, and Justine is living with HIV. But Justine is positive about life. I think Justine is an inspiration to many Ugandan young people who find themselves in challenges. Because if she can be able to face the challenges, I think many other Ugandan children can do the same, especially when they even find themselves are not as challenging as Justine this morning. Thank you so much. I don't know whether Dr. Napagala is here. Not yet. Okay, so we're going to move on to another person. And so allow me to invite another person who is a young woman living openly with HIV, a public health specialist, dedicated HIV and AIDS and sexual reproductive health rights. She currently works with HIVOS International Organization as the Community of Action Facilitator for Will Aid Program, which is by SRHR Alliance Uganda. Welcome with me with a round of applause, Nakato Martha Clara.
Our share business and that the world wants to be able to achieve it by 2030. With HIV and the challenges they face regarding sexual relationships. It's important to note that as we have this conversation about sexual with HIV, we need to note that human rights are for everyone, and everyone is worthy. There is a about all these issues without recognizing people from their different particular and as they engage in sexual relationships or even as they get the eye. We need to understand their differences, their uniquenesses, their different vulnerabilities, and be able to develop holistic interventions that suit and effective. As we speak about sexual relationships, my speech, I had a presentation, but and I strongly believe that this is where we as a country, as the whole world, still have lots of challenges and we need to step out. We cannot talk about sexual relations because this is the basis for a person living with HIV. And with that, look at treatment itself. I'd love to recognize that in Uganda, but also to echo the contributions of our government and to know we need to step out to this things. Two, sexuality, which encompasses sexual reproductive health and GBV. A number of young women, specifically those living with HIV, face lots of challenges. And I'm going to highlight a study, a national survey that was done in 2016. And in this survey, 5,198 women in their respective diversities enrolled in HIV treatment and care took this survey. And the questions were around assessing the levels of the violence they face in the relationships. It was quite absurd to note that 1,664 girls and women integration. I want to note and further and integrate I would love to see us step up and strengthen an area around that. I would love to add that in all these barriers, stigma and discrimination, we all think about it every day. But let's go stop this question. Why the stigma after all these years? Where is the problem? And where in our minds? Someone? As a woman who has lived with HIV for now 24 years and 11 years of positive living all the day. But it's also quite disappointing to meet people you would love to call as allies, and they do lack the information. Someone will say, oh, you're living with AIDS. So ask ourselves as people seated in this room, and even the people watching us from afar, what is the difference between HIV and AIDS? I am a woman living with HIV, not AIDS. Because AIDS are symptoms, these are signs, they are visible. A person with AIDS is deep, somewhere in a health facility, secluded and in treatment. A person with HIV has no face. This is my picture. I must say, most times when I tell people I'm living with HIV, the people that I interact with, many say, why are you kidding? You can't be like, you're so beautiful, you're so intelligent to be living with HIV. And I'm like, well, HIV has no face. It can look like you, it can look like me, it can look like anyone. So there is no definition for what HIV looks like. The important thing is for us to take care of ourselves. I'd love to note that with the people living with HIV, particularly women, you have a role to play. And I believe that engaging in sexual relationships, it have always been my 5 pointers that I always use. And there are men who are young that I'm even proud to say that a couple of men who are negative have been willing to have me in their lives. They do not see the enemy. They see you as a mother who is beautiful. Break the silence. Because if you do not speak, no one is going to speak. 2, responsibility. Sexual relationships carry with them responsibilities. Are you responsible enough that when this man or this lady approaches you and you are living with HIV, are you that even if the relationship is successful, but at least they walk away with some information? And in case they commit, are you ready to protect them? And as we talk about protection, someone told me, oh, now you're able to do is here. Someone effectively on treatment, they cannot transmit. True. I do not want us to look at this as an exception for us to engage into unprotected sexual practices. We have other terrible STDs and STIs. We have pregnancies that we are not ready to have. And these all come with challenges and responsibilities. So as you think in engaging in unprotected sex, think about the others. 3, consent and negotiation. We cannot talk about sexual practices or sexual relationships and there is absolutely no consent. You need the consent, you as a person living with HIV, and even as the person you want to consent. Talk about it. Talk about sexual intercourse. Negotiate. Is it using alone? Family? Is it about using a condom? Is it about seeking advice from a medical person? HIV face a lot of mental health challenges. The anxiety, the loneliness in the night, for you to even feel empty. I say from experience, I might look so empowered, but sometimes it gets very old and lonely. Where of course you need someone to talk to. So you need people to be there for you. You need to talk to someone. And then last but not least, I'd love to highlight treatment. People living with HIV can date who are not living with HIV. Discondacy, relationships, possible. We have pre-exposure prophylaxis. I'd love to also note that it's our responsibility as all stakeholders information gap. Treatment literacy at the center. Time we need to talk. How does that drug work in your body? What is the importance of that is free of AIDS and new HIV infections? I would love us to community-based organizations, a number of organizations network of young people HIV. All the HIV does not define me. I can you to vote. Who are in here. With communities. I'd love to also re-echo and especially in the share. Educate yourself, educate someone. Said, it is not our differences that divide us. To recognize those differences, to accept those differences, and to celebrate those differences.
Also, training and also tell people about HIV and AIDS. And one of the things we expect and factor our employees. Anyway, that is Dr. HR, and he has talked about the access as a labor officer. So the labor officer is required by the Employment Act under section 11, 12, and 13, where the labor officer is given part of this. Now, if you look at discrimination in the Employment Act under section 6, where it talks about that an employer should not discriminate employees. They have a lot of they could be race, color, but HIV is also included there. And then we also inspect, we have a department of WASH, it's Occupational Safety and Health, and we inspect, and one of the inspection is the workplace policy on HIV. We inquire on how many people are infected, how many people are living with HIV, and what that particular employer is doing to help prevent, treat, and care or support infected people. And the Employment Act also talks about harassment in instances where maybe
practitioner is affected while working with a patient with HIV, they can be compensated. The ministry is also reviewing the national policy of HIV and AIDS, which was approved by Cabinet in 2007. This policy has been in place for about 14 years now. For lack of assessment of HIV and AIDS workplace policies, right now. Support, protection, care. There is also weak institutional capacity in MPS and implement and manage or also coordinate interventions. This policy is going to be looking at workers, employers, and also the people looking for jobs. And this policy is being reviewed right now with the help of the it will guide on some of the key priority areas where the employers will pick out from that national own policy. HIV also breaking the HIV transmission cycle and also priority and this it will scale up specific efforts and other forms of stigma discrimination. The priority number 3 will be provision of social support and protection persons. Number 4 will be strengthening systems of HIV and AIDS affected persons
especially in areas of governance, infrastructure, human resources, and research. Thank you very much. I submit.
Another round of applause to Hilda. Thank you so much. And we're almost coming to the end of these panelists giving us their take. And then we shall have maybe 5 questions from the audience. And then that will wrap up. But before we get to the audience, allow me to invite Mustafa Fagayo. Mustafa Fagayo is currently the Federation of Uganda Employers Workplace Health Specialist, trainer and facilitator with over 8 years of experience in areas of organizational management, HIV and AIDS, and family planning. This experience exposed Mustafa to the role of acting private sector coordinator at the Global Fund in Uganda. Mustafa holds a degree in organizational psychology from Makerere University and a bachelor's degree in education, a background that has made him to establish himself with competence in working with private sector, governments, and NGOs. Let's welcome with a round of applause, Mustafa Fagayo on the stage.
Minister for the presidency, present, observed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you to this podium. Thank the organizers of this event for the opportunity that they extended us as Federation of Uganda Employers. Come and share a few of the things that we do in the world of HIV activism. And, as Federation of Uganda Employers, we realized that three things. One, the knowledge gap, and the reason as why people discriminate people living with HIV is because they lack the knowledge. And we designed interventions that actually address the issue of the knowledge gap. And we do this through creating awareness, sensitizations at the workplace. Organizations, they don't have the best facts about HIV/AIDS. Therefore, stigma thrives because of lack of knowledge. And we have continued to give information to companies, employers about HIV/AIDS, even the basics of how it is caused, how we can prevent it, and we continue to engage employers on the fronts of getting awareness. We also realize that employers are not motivated. Companies are not motivated. They lack that push of putting up interventions at the workplace. Therefore, we brought in things that help companies try and fight the stigma. One of the things that we do at the Federation of Uganda Employers is CEO testing. Sorry, testing. Through the world of HIV/AIDS fighting and fighting. Train peers, what we call peer educators at workplace, and these are people that are actually given information, correct, accurate, and reliable information that they can pass on to other people, their peers in the companies. So when they get that information, they will be able to train others, give information to other people. And when employees see other people passionate about the information that they are giving them about HIV/AIDS, They're also motivated to learn more. They're motivated to drop those bad habits of probably discrimination. Then the other thing is the lack of guidelines. Those who are here earlier saw Mr. Biafra presenting the HIV/AIDS policy. So a company may actually need to have no discrimination. Yes, but that would be a few people. If you have not written that down, then the others will discrimination. So what we do under this is that we encourage companies to have HIV/AIDS policies at workplace. And at our workplace specialists in that guide companies to develop HIV/AIDS policies. And we even have guidelines on how we can come up with a policy. We do reviews to see that at least they conform to the laws of the country. We might have a policy which is discriminatory, which is not following what my sister was presenting here, the Employment Act and so on. So we do the reviews to see that what you have put down conforms the laws of the country. So ladies and gentlemen, our role tries to fight stigma in the workplace by creating knowledge. We award them practices, and if you have do an award, actual award. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. Another round of applause to Mustafa. To know that the Federation of Uganda Employers are also concerned about this is very good. And to hear that the Ministry of Gender is concerned, that's also a good thing. And to see young people like Clara working hard, I think we have a great future as Uganda. So now you have listened to the people speaking, giving the experiences and the challenges and how they are surmounting them. This is the moment, a very brief moment we're going to take so that we get to hear from you. And these are the rules of engagement. You will put up your hand. I will identify you by where you're seated, or maybe, if you don't mind, the color of your garment. If I know you, I can say your name. And then you're not going to take more than a minute, either to ask a question or make a statement, because we just want to stay within the time given to us. And so, but also if you don't put your name, and I know that you know many things, perhaps that we need to benefit from you, I may come to you randomly and say, tell us something. I'm going to start by actually asking Stella Kentusi. Yeah, I want to show you that I can do this. Stella Kentusi, where are you? Yes, Stella Kentusi, you are from the National Forum of People Living with HIV Network in Uganda. I'm giving you a minute and a half. Please, you'll have a microphone that will be sanitized first. And after you hand the microphone to another person, you sanitize your hands, because we don't want that microphone to become a COVID dispenser. Sanitize your hands and then. It is. Yes.
So just to say, it's not yeah, here to commemorate that night. And we are excited that the theme is what the world of work has restored, that is stigma and discrimination, that a number of surveys. And one of the things that we need to bring out in the city for all of us is when it comes to around 70%. Compared raise and same scenario where again this was where so that they become so part of what we are getting at whatever happens we must address all those barriers, let it so that people will hide away from. Secondly, we need also plan how whatever funding, whatever support we have,
Thank you so much. Thank you, Stella. Thank you so much. And by the way, we have our virtual audience, which they are following us by Zoom means. And please, for those who are following us on the virtual space, you can also send in your questions or comments. Shall be able to project it on the projector there, or maybe you can send a text or a message or anything. But we value you, we value your participation, and we know you're following us using technology. Yes, we have quite a number of hands. If you can come in front here. Please be precise, be concise. I don't want to stop you midway because you don't have more than a minute now.
Some gaps where we are going through first the women, secondly the women, thirdly the women and fourthly mothers being because no man want to associate so we still have of people with disabilities. So you cannot plan for the language you don't know. And in this case, when you raise the issue of disabilities, the question is very big. And I'll just talk accessibility. Infrastructure is very poor at the health centers. Most health centers in Uganda, they don't have ramps. I wish our West of Honor, if we could have a policy that every center has a sign language interpreter, be based at the service center to cater for the issues
of some deaf people. Information. As I don't know if you were keen, Naigaga was using Braille. She was getting her information through Braille. But in Uganda, we don't have any information or concerning HIV in Braille. They're just getting second-hand or third-hand information from relatives, maybe from. Also, there's a lot of negative attitude towards people with disabilities. You see it right from home. Let me try to summarize. Right from home. There are other people in homes you find are suffering from HIV, but if you're disabled and they know that you're HIV positive, you always be blamed. Where did you get it? Who infected you? So it's a very big challenge. And our best of all, in your presence, I want to thank Tasso Uganda. I want to thank Unites and GMU. If it wasn't Unites and Brand Management Unit and Global Fund, we would have lost PWDs during the lockdown. Unite stood with us to provide food to people with disabilities in the streets, the population which nobody has ever thought of. And because of time, I beg to end that we need to protect people with disabilities rights. We need to promote, we need to empower, and we need to educate.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kakara. I think that's a very important submission. There's a gentleman there. Oh, sorry, it's not. Please make it very brief.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is John, member of Parliament of Duke East. Got two concerns. One, talk about the journey to end. As you see, there's a child a year ago. Sister, so that's why I see that the journey to end. Second, do you know in the villages, some of the remote places where men do not identify? When they know that they're infected, they use their wipes to go and see where are they. Then they hide the trauma. If there's any sensibilization or teaching, I think we should only be safe and teach then the message will be.
Thank you so much. We have a man in uniform there.
Thanks very much, moderator. Start with the I want to say when I hear people talk about my mind tells me the kind of talking we hear about is more about fantasy. We have, for example, nobody has talked. Some two people have somehow associated this. We have not talked about the family. HIV can only perform when we address the family. I hear great people talking about people living with HIV and AIDS, that we have had 1.4 million people living with HIV and AIDS. That's not true. And if that can be said by highly educated
about food. I think change. Fierce conversation does not mean at all. Being factual, being furious as well, and being fair. And this is what we're not. The things we have talked here for the last 36 years, I know, are the very, very things that we have talked all the time. So, repeating things over and over again does not change. Thank you for this.
Thank you so much, Afande. I can see quite a number of hands up. More views from you. Please,
So much, sir. My name is Sheila Director for the Exhibition Center. Along with the protocol has been placed by the previous speakers and precisely giving information. The Exhibition Center has been having for a long time services that we call executive services, which services again were affected by stigma because they were handled at its secretariat. But after the stigma index survey by NAFOPANO, we tried another approach of reaching out to different institutions and carry out the testing services and other integrated services from those premises, because the survey indicated that most of the elites and most of the high-class profile people were more stigmatized, and yet many of them needed the services. So my information is, we have the services that are delivered. We are already working with many institutions. We are working with the Parliament of Uganda. We are working with the judiciary. We are working with many banks and many other private sector offices. We carry the laboratory even to the offices. We already have a gene expert machine, which is able to detect drug-resistant TB. And I want to just give an example that we went to one of the offices I will not mention to do HIV testing with other integrated services, and we realized that the staff in that high office had more optimistic infections like STIs. We had 20 ladies tested for cancer of the cervix, and out of the 20, 7 of them had symptoms of cervical cancer. So we are doing an integrated approach, but we are reaching out to the offices. It's a matter of writing to our offices. Uganda AIDS Commission has been sending us very many different institutions, but they can write directly to the AIDS Information Center if they want the services. People are sick. People have especially opportunistic infections which need to be treated, but they are seated in offices and they are dying with the problems without getting to the facilities where they can get them. So we can reach out to them, and I appeal my other EDs with the facilities like the lab and clinical services to start doing the same. I'm sure Uganda Cares does so as well. So if we are many, then we are able to move out and get to the big people to get treated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that's valuable information that we need. Also, we need to spread the rest of Ugandans to know the services available. I'm going to take 2 more, but I also have members of parliament. The chairperson, okay, Honorable Nambozo.
Sir.
Yes.
I'm Kayondo Samuel from Karagala Sub-County, Rural District. And I'm speaking on behalf of Better People, Better Uganda Movement Group. My humble request, it's not a question, but my humble request goes to the Uganda AIDS Commission and other stakeholders to at least involve us, the local community-based organizations, in their strategies. As we are fighting to end AIDS by 2030, I think we have also a role to play in this struggle. For example, in our organization, the only activity we do is giving out free condoms to the residents. Yet there are other activities or there are other things to do to see that we can end AIDS by 2030. For example, this day, I only saw a post by MC Katz, he's a journalist, That's when I knew that there is candlelight day, but I wasn't aware of this course. So I kindly ask that the AIDS Commission and other stakeholders to involve the local organizations in their strategies.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a young lady right in the middle here of the auditorium, and then after that, you come in front.
Efforts as that my name is Memorial here. From my last presentation, you find that we as young women, we are burdened with the disclosure because we are living with HIV. It is expected of us to disclose our statuses, and many of us have actually come out and disclosed our status. But I want to encourage the people that are living negative to join in the disclosure. If you are living negatively and you're proud to say that I'm living negatively, it will even be an audience for me to do what? Disclose and say I'm living positive. But I'm sure my sisters here compare me with me. Can disclose the first time, and there are simple things that we as young people take really seriously. We might make sure there is medication, there is all these services. But to a young girl, her big issue is she doesn't have a boyfriend. And she has dated them for 3 times, and every time she discloses this person is leaving her or is not standing by her. And that causes her to stop the disclosure that she has been for so long. And in the end, stop disclosing and maybe even stop taking medication and all this. So if we can address stigma, give people information to know that a person living with HIV can be loved, can be nurtured just like any other person.
Thank you so much. Okay, if you can bring a microphone right here, get one more submission from the audience, and then we are almost coming to the end of our today's program, Minister. And let's have a very brief entertainment, and then the last speeches, which I'm sure are going to be very brief.
And thank you so much who's present here. I'm going to member of Parliament for Kwale District, and also member of the board of the Government Commission and represent Parliament at Japan's Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, we have moved very far as HIV AIDS is concerned. Its challenges that we are experiencing in this country. I'm so concerned about some people being so rigid. We have been talking about stigma and discrimination. We have been talking about HIV/AIDS, free HIV/AIDS testing, and free HIV/AIDS services in general. But you still find that as a country, because for me, I come from a village. I know in my village, there are still people who are very rigid, more especially our gentlemen, I would say. Honorable Achon put it very well. I want to ask you, we have men here. Please, why is it that the men are so rigid and women are easygoing? They can easily access and disclose their status. And you find some of the men going as far as stealing the women's medicines, the wives or whatever. And they also begin taking, probably even not knowing their status. Why do they fear? Let them come out. Sincerely, men, can you tell us why you are so rigid and you don't want change? Some of the men, I'm not saying all the men. No. There are some men who are really, really positive and they are living positively, but not so many, but you find more of the women doing that. Then looking at the wider perspective, ladies and gentlemen, If we say we are avoiding stigma in workplaces, how are we defining the workplaces? Because when you talk of a workplace, people think of MDAs, ministries, departments, agencies. Are we looking at these only? Because there are smaller workplaces down there. Yes, we have employees, you know, the local employees in industries, in small businesses, there are groups where they take those groups as workplaces. So how are we defining workplaces? Because there's a lot of stigma in such places where we live. Even if we are doing business, that is my workplace. So how am I addressing HIV in my workplace as a person? And thirdly, members, there's a lot of stigma in schools. In schools. Nafufano is here. They've been reporting on this. Children who are living positively and who are school, who are school children, they are being highly stigmatized by, first of all, the fellow students, the fellow pupils, and also the teachers. This is very unfortunate. One time I was sharing this with the first lady. She shed tears. I said, "Now, what? This is the reality on the ground, making the life of children very difficult. It was not their choice that they became positive. It wasn't. These are children who are born with HIV, but they are on medication. But why is it that they are not treated well in schools? And this has made some of the children to drop out of school. They are not going to school. We have so many of them. We know them. They even come from our villages. We know them. So how are we addressing this? So finally, we have to rise up at once. Let us not keep quiet about HIV/AIDS. Wherever we are, let us be concerned about people living with HIV/AIDS. Let us encourage them. They are not a disgrace to our society. We have to handle them well. Let them feel good also, like any other person. They're also useful in our society. So let us rise up at once, embrace ending HIV/AIDS by 2020, in 2030. That's what we are looking at. But now we have not closed so many taps. The taps are still flowing. Taps are still flowing. We have not closed them. And we want to address issues of stigma and discrimination, and at the same time, closing the taps. That's when we can achieve something good in 2030. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The district woman district and the chairperson of the HIV/AIDS committee of the was the chairperson of the HIV/AIDS committee of I want to thank our partners, our government. I want to thank all the organizations that are working tirelessly to make sure we end HIV/AIDS in the world. As a chairperson of the HIV/AIDS committee, me and the committee have been moving around the country. And like Meja put it rightly, we need to go back to the homes. Because when we say charity begins at home, and we're talking about workplaces, without talking about the families, you might hit a dead end. When we talk about stigma, when you hear the stories back in the homes, like my sister, it is bad. The reality is down there. It's not here. It is down there. Where a woman will tell you she's forced to hide her ARVs in the kitchen. And then the husband fights to share the same medication with her. So you wonder how the person
especially to do with the new infections. I want to thank my sisters here. That is so wrong. The AIDS Commission. Cabinet. We are praying that government works a little more on working with the local communities. If these people went down there in the different districts and we put up these rules, probably one or two people will be saved. That single person that will be saved from hearing what they say, achievement. That's my fight against HIV. Being mindful of time, allow me to say this to the Honorable Minister, present here, and all of us. When we talk about stigma and discrimination, yesterday those who watched TV had the permanent secretary of Ministry of Health speak about a possible lockdown coming very soon. Those who are awake with us, you know what lockdown did to our clients. I would say our clients, allow me. The last lockdown, it was terrible. It was sad. My sister talked about food, about the commodities. Yes. Because we are HIV clients. I expected the minister, at least one minister from the health ministry, to be with us. What we're speaking concerns them. We need to know that they have seen. We need to know that they feel the pain that supercharger is. You know, they do not need to see them. When they are present, because right now, as a chairperson, I want to talk about distribution centers for refuse in rural living. It causes me to tear. I have gone around the country and we know our health status in the country. The health centers are far away. Look at me on ARVs. I am weak and can't move. And the only help I have is a border. And we are not supposed to. And we are talking about ending stigma. She or he has to disclose this information to a border person. That is not how them get their experience. People come from surrounding where I'm a leader or other districts to move to the center to get their refills. People are struggling to get back from the past lockdown. They are still struggling to get back their health and life from missing so many meals in the environment. So we are heading for another one. Fellow countrymen and women, we need to rise to this cause. We have centers ready. If we must have another lockdown, we only talk about COVID. Yes, it is alive with us.
Thank you so much. I think you can feel the pain. So we're going to be getting more views from the audience. I haven't picked you so that I don't want you to speak this question of time. And so let me very briefly, I invited Gloria with the word last time. If you are ready, okay.
Good afternoon. Born and living with HIV and I'm living with stigma. I am an HIV advocate and a lawyer by profession. And I am the founder and CEO of the One Voice Music Band, which is a band of brilliant young people, both infected and affected with HIV. And we use our talents to create a positive impact through entertainment. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy our presentation.
tubanjira fude temitima gyaffe gyekyaye ekyobulumi bungi ku mitima n'abafiibwako abazadde ese tulina okukwatira wamu kweno ensonga ekwata ku mukulu n'omuto gwe n'omuto gwe the summer the darkness is alone. Nothing I do, no one making contact.
Take my hand, love. I'm tired and lonely. Give me love. Give me hope. Don't desert me. Don't reject me. All I need is love, and I got to stand up. Can sing along with us. Can everyone do this, please? This is the national anthem. We are remembering all the people we lost to HIV and AIDS. The children of the world.
Let's be open.
Advise the young world, a new generation to protect and love.
everything, yo. Yeah. So let's take the message. Let's cross the frontiers. Let's break the barriers. We'll fight together. The doors are open. We'll lead the struggle. We won't go down. We'll fight on. I promise you, my people, we'll fight on. What is someone else? We gotta stand up and fight. We'll share a light in the fight against hate. Let's come on out, let's stand together, fight hate. In times of joy, in times of sorrow, let's take the field and fight on to the end. With open arms, let's stand up and speak out to the world. Some light, save the children of the world. Discrimination, Tonda yekama kuya tukuma Bosina bamukwabo Bamama Nayenga bantu rachi wego tokera Yeah Tomorrow is someone else It's me and you We gotta stand up and fight We'll share a light In the fight against Let's come on out, let's stand together, fight hate. In times of joy, in times of sorrow, let's take a stand and fight on to the end. With open hearts, let's start out and speak out to the world. We'll share some light. Save the children of the world. Tomorrow someone else. It's me and you. We gotta stand up and fight. We'll shed a light in the fight again. Let's come on out. Let's stand together. Fighting. Times of joy, times of sorrow, let's take a stand and fight on to the end. And speak out to the world, we'll save some life, save the children of the world.
Together we can end 8 by 2030.
Thank you. DJ, next song.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. A highway is safe, cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all the scars. Run away, safe, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send the flood, gonna drown them out. I am bruised, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me, look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the bitter drum. I'm not scared to be seen, I'm a no apologies. It's me.
Life is really simple, but we make it complicated. I made up my own people so frustrated. I'm trying to be myself because everyone is really taken. I speak what I feel, though sometimes I'm mistaken. Yeah, this is me, who you see is me. Love me for who I am, don't judge me. Yeah.
Another round of waste, it must begin. We're on our way, what's today? I won't let the ship sink me out, gonna stick through the barricade, reaching for the sand. Yeah, that's what we've become. I won't let them break me down. I know that there's a place for us. So we are glory. What the sharpest parts when you cut me down. Gonna send the flood, gonna drown the mine. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be.
Thank you. Regardless of my HIV status, this is me, Onoyenze. I'm not going to change. I'm going to go on and live a positive life. Allow us to perform the song down here as we dance for you. It's called Together for the SDGs. We all know SDG 3 is good health and well-being. As we are promoting and advocating against stigma and discrimination, we believe it's a form of good health and well-being. Enjoy the song.
Together for the SDGs.
Yes. All the world. Imagine a world with no poverty. Imagine a world with no hunger. Imagine a world with good health and well-being. Imagine a world with quality education. Imagine a world with gender equality. Imagine a world with clean water and sanitation.
Hey, everybody has the chance and the ability to make a good difference. We can join our hands and commit to the SDGs.
We can do better if we work together. Get up, speak together. Together we go stronger. We can do better if we work together. Get up, speak together. Together we go stronger. Together for sustainable development, God. Together for sustainable development, God.
Affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, that's what we yearn for. Sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production. Let's go. Solutions for the planet. It makes us have a bracket. Sometimes we can do cool decisions for my budget. Change the world forever. Change the world together. Yes, we can. I just can't.
We can do better if we work together. Get up, speak together. Together we go stronger. We can do better if we work together. Get up, speak together. Together we go stronger.
friendships for the cause and solidarity. Everybody has the chance and ability to make a good difference. We can join our hands and commit to the SDGs. We can do better if we work together. Let us be together. Together we go stronger. We can do better if we work together. Let us be together. Together we go stronger.
Thank you so much. This is the Y Plus Music Band.
Y Plus Band, thank you so much. Another round of applause. Gloria and your team, we thank you so much. Thank you for the message that you have given us through songs and the dance that you are performing for us. Incredible. And I've actually seen members of parliament also joining, including the MP for Kole and others joining. Honorable Minister, we have MPs here with us in this auditorium. I also want to remember, I think there was a member of the HIV and AIDS Parliamentary Committee, Boston, Jonathan Robinas. So we remember her there. Okay, so the presentation is over. We just have there was a message that came from the Bishop Antonio. Okay, unfortunately I can't read. My eyes are open. But for those who are close, there's a message from Bishop Katonene, who is following us on the virtual means. Thank you so much, Bishop, for your message and for participating using technology. Thank you so much. Okay, may I now invite the chairperson, AIDS Development Partners, ADPs, Dr. Maxime Bonito, to come and speak to us. Let us. We have two more. More brief messages, of course.
Thank you very much. My name is Maxime Winat. During the day, the country representative of UN Women in Uganda. And in the afternoon, I'm the chairperson of the AIDS department. I will observe all protocol and proceed. I would like to take a particular privilege on behalf of the AIDS development group in Uganda to join you all, or more especially this community of over 1.4 million people, to remember the many lives that we lost. It is indeed important as a tradition to honor those who dedicated their lives to helping people living with and people affected by HIV in the Middle East. I'd love to thank you for the continuous mobilization of government, development partners, civil society, and the media in solidarity. While it is true that Uganda continues to battle successfully against HIV/AIDS, we need to recognize that some pockets of resistance continue in some areas. Some people or group of people are developing infection rates that are higher and higher than the national, sometimes tenfold higher than the national. Which brings to our community the need to engage leaders in all sectors to deliver traditional shifts in terms of strategy and investment, so that Uganda will regain its position as a leader in terms of response. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had 40 years with HIV, and now Uganda cannot afford to continue business as usual. The costs of not acting differently. As we journey to June 2021, high-level meeting on HIV/AIDS, where world leaders will pronounce themselves on critical milestones for the next decade of action. Uganda must not and will certainly not put down the torch lighting to path towards reducing HIV. Our unwavering support goes out to governments, non-governmental representatives, and communities, because this last mile is lost. We all know that COVID-19 has exposed social inequalities, including area within the health system that require intervention. Today, Uganda has homegrown evidence that demonstrates how initiatives led by movements and networks of people living with HIV/AIDS and other affected communities have identified and addressed the inequality in service, advocated for the rights of their own constituencies, and lobbied to expand the reach, scale, and quality. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the large number of adolescents and young girls and women, key and priority population that continue to have high HIV/AIDS prevalence, that's the intake of HIV treatment, especially men, children, women, and adolescents. Notably, funding for HIV services and domestic health services appear to have levels. That's why I would like to call upon the government of Uganda and other partners in country to scale their. As a representative of the aid development partners, I'd like to commit ministry, all ministries, particularly the Ministry of Finance, is called upon to continue. This is an opportunity for me to congratulate the AIDS Commission and other actors for their efforts. The government partners will be with you, but first, national efforts. Together, let's keep the lights.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maxley. Another round of applause. May I therefore take an opportunity to invite His Excellency Antelia Pachifichi, the European Union Ambassador to Uganda.
The Honorable Minister of the Presidency, Chairperson of the Uganda AIDS Commission, the U.S. Ambassador, the representative of the Interreligious Council, Uganda, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the meeting. It is a great honor for me to participate for the first time in my life in the international, national, in this case, Candlelight Memorial Day. I found it so rich and so enriching. Thank you very much for having me. Let me express my deep appreciation to all of you who have come today here to participate in this very important opportunity for us to sympathize with those who have lost loved ones to HIV, AIDS, and also to reflect on our journey to fight HIV, AIDS over the AIDS. Let me first of all take this opportunity to appreciate the work of the Uganda AIDS Commission and then applaud to the government of Uganda for having made a remarkable progress in bringing down HIV AIDS prevalence in the country from over 18% in the 90s to around 6%. This success has been largely attributed to the high political commitment spearheaded by the President of the Republic, as well as to the multi-sectoral approach adopted by Uganda in tackling this epidemic. It is important when looking forward to see the way out of the crisis, also to look back, to see where we come from. Uganda comes from very far and has covered a lot of ground. I was here in Uganda at the European Union delegation from 93 to 1997. And I remember very well how hard Ugandans fought a new and unprecedented crisis, which had emerged just a few years before. President Museveni successfully led the fight against an elusive but devastating enemy, and he did so supported by few partners. One of them was the European Union. There are different ways to contribute to what you're doing, but let me give you a little example of what was the rising HIV rates become increasingly evident, and public health programs were started everywhere in the world. The key strategy in Uganda was based on reducing the risks by targeting all segments of the population through the so-called ABC approach to sexual behavior. A meaning delayed sexual debut for youth. A, abstinence. Then partner reduction number of partners. B, be faithful. And then finally, information regarding condom use. C, condoms. This was the meaning of this acronym ABC, which was very much used in those days. I don't know whether it's still used these days, but I remember that very well. All these elements contributed in different proportions to the remarkable reduction of HIV/AIDS in Uganda at the time when HIV rates in the world were escalating so quickly. The key point was that the devastating impact of HIV/AIDS was acknowledged at the highest level, and prevention programs were established across the country by line ministries as well as by non-governmental organizations. Therefore, information and calls for fundamental behavior changes came from health workers, but also from influential people, even at the highest level. That left no room for doubts that most of the HIV infections occurred in Uganda through consensual sexual acts, and that national HIV/AIDS rates would be affected. In addition to this crucial communication strategy implemented with strong determination by the government of Uganda, which attracted admiration and recognition all over the world, crucial was also the help of partners such as the European Union. An example. In February 1987, the then Vice President of the European Commission, the late Lorenzo Natali, took the unprecedented step of inviting all ACP states, the state members of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group, signatory of the This was the first time we never had ever done that before. Rapid actions using quick and flexible were identified, and almost all ACP countries positively responded. And Uganda was one of the loudest and one of the first to respond positively to this initiative, which remains unique in the history of the ACP cooperation. Dr. Lieve Franzen, I remember I met her for the first time in 1992, was urgently recruited. She was from the Institute of Tropical Medicine of Antwerp, a town in the north of Belgium, was recruited, as I said, to survey blood transfusion and HIV seropositive rates in Uganda and to help prepare a plan of actions to be financed by the European Union. She reported that heterosexual activity was the major route of transmission of HIV in Uganda, and that blood transfusion was also a very effective mode of transmission to a group of the population which would not otherwise have been infected. Her central recommendation was that the area of choice for long-term support by the European Union Commission would be to rehabilitate the blood transfusion facilities in Kampala and its surrounding to provide HIV negative blood. This would achieve protection from HIV infections for young children and for all those not infected who needed blood transfusion. Maybe as a result of car accidents or maybe as a result of surgery and so and so and so. And therefore, that would be, and I believe, and that is what we all believe and we all did, a major contribution in prevention AIDS among future generations. That is how the Nakasero Blood Bank was born. The restoration of a safe blood supply for Uganda became the first European Commission major project to address to fight AIDS. And the project was successful, thanks to many visionary people, including Dr. John Watson-Williams of the Red Cross, Dr. Sam Okware of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Peter Katar of the Makerere University, and Miss Judy Godard. She was a pain in my neck, I was a technical assistant to the UTPS because she wanted everything, and everything was given to her because this project was so important for us and for Uganda in those days. That was the very beginning. These are success stories going back a few years ago of people, friends, and countries fighting together to address a common global problem, a common challenge, a way of working together and cooperating that no one should ever forget. Looking at the support provided more recently, the European Union has continued its global efforts in the health sector by joining the Global Fund Against AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria. When the fund was created in 2002, the European Union and its member states currently contribute almost 50% of all resources received by the fund. In Uganda, the European Union also continues to work with the government to mitigate impact caused by workers in transportation infrastructure projects. Activities around HIV, AIDS, sensitization, provision of preventive materials, and general healthcare services, including HIV testing and counseling through an established clinic, are built into the work's contract financed by the European Union. Going forward, into the next programs, we will continue to include support to sexual and reproductive health and rights, to have youth and women as key stakeholders in all our developments, in all areas, and even more so in the fight against HIV/AIDS. It is important that the voices of youth and women are taken into account and that they contribute to policy making and implementation. As I said earlier, we laud the progress made, but the HIV/AIDS situation in Uganda is still worrisome, and efforts need to be sustained. We also need to be concerned that new HIV infections occur 3 to 5 times more among adolescent girls and young women than among the males in the same age groups. This might be partly due to sexual and gender-based violence, high poverty levels, post-conflict efforts, and displacement of population in emergency situations, but that's a fact. We also know to be concerned that there are high dropout rates of people initiated on antiretroviral treatment, a situation which has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 restrictive measures. HIV and AIDS continue to pose a major public health and economic challenge, and young people in Uganda are particularly affected. With youth representing 78% of the Ugandan populations, young people are the key to ending the HIV/AIDS pandemic in Uganda. However, the stigma among young people and adolescents needs also to be addressed, and today a lot has been said about it. As this is a key factor, limiting testing, visits to health centers, and medication adherence. As I conclude my remarks, I urge all stakeholders to walk a path that aims at reducing vulnerabilities and at adopting responsible behaviors, especially among youth and women, and make Uganda and Africa HIV/AIDS free. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to Ambassador Patricia. Thank you so much. And we cannot forget to know that the European Union has helped a great deal our country in the fight against the disease. Also cannot forget to know that the United States government has equally helped so much in fighting the disease, in making sure Ugandans stay alive, by providing the vaccines through different countries. Thank you. May I now take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency, Ambassador Natalie Brown, the United States Ambassador to Uganda.
Thank you. Members of Parliament present, your colleague, Ambassador, your opinion, representative. Special acknowledgement. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you so much for including me. I'm honored to be here to represent the United States at this annual and largest grassroots mobilization against HIV awareness. On this day, we remember the more than 2 million Ugandans, 35 million people worldwide who have lost their lives to AIDS since the early 1980s. We're here today to both remember those who lost the fight and recommit ourselves to keeping the fight on HIV until it's no longer a threat. I'm proud that the U.S. President's emergency plan for AIDS relief, which we know as PEPFAR, has been and continues to be the forefront of the AIDS battle here in Uganda. PEPFAR has invested more than $4 billion in Uganda alone and $90 billion worldwide in the past 18 years. Over the past 18 years to save more than 19 million lives. That's 19 million children, women, and men who continue to provide a source of light and hope to their families and loved ones. 19 million people who have the opportunity to pursue their dreams, to achieve their goals, and to make For the last 18 years, we have come a long way in the fight against HIV/AIDS, but we still have to. This year's theme for the community-wide Memorial event in Uganda is Spring Workplaces of HIV/AIDS against Stigma and Discrimination. For those of us in an urban setting, this may be interpreted as companies and offices who don't get a fraction of the workplace or in offices. This year in Uganda and worldwide, many who previously had formal workplaces are now working from home. Many people work in home sectors every day during the pandemic. Homes, communities, schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, markets, and our streets. So what we're really focused on here today is freeing our homes, communities, countries, and the streets and the world from the HIV/AIDS stigma and discrimination. Years ago, it was understandable that HIV-driven stigma and discrimination were widespread. Disease was not understood. It was affecting people and causing death at a rapid rate. There was no hope for a cure or successful treatment. not yet found a cure for HIV, we now better understand the disease, how to treat it, how to prevent it, and how to lives. Yet, stigma and discrimination remain, causing unnecessary illness and death. The primary cause for stigma and discrimination remains a lack of knowledge and understanding. The 2019 People Living with HIV Regardless Stigma Index Survey found that of those individuals who failed to enroll in treatment within 6 months after testing positive for HIV, 74% said they delayed doing so out of fear of others thinking about their spouse. Additionally, the survey found that in the previous 12 months, more than 20% of survey respondents visited their ERT due to fear of someone from HIV positive spouse. To free workplace, homes, communities, and country grow in fear, we must make sure people know how they can prevent being infected or infected by HIV. If they are unsure and afraid to know their status, we must help them understand the life and for those who have already been affected and infected, we must help those around them know that they can lead full, healthy lives. All of us have a role in an inclusive and supportive environment. Unfortunately, those at the highest risk of infection, including sex workers, intravenous drug users, and members of the LGBT community, have the fewest opportunities to seek treatment or are afraid to seek treatment or prevention services. Effective, and safe lives. Everyone else who's eligible to be vaccinated, please do so. Secretary of State Tony Blinken said, "No one is safe until we told me that just last week, we meet our country operational plan. The plan articulated. I've been worthy of applause. Somebody in this room participated in the that plan articulates a continued commitment to increasing treatment and messaging to expand knowledge, stigma, reaching every Ugandan, testing and treatment, HIV as a public health by 2030. So today, as we honor the memory of those who have lost their lives, the United States recommits itself to helping keep the light of HIV. All of those who judgment,
lighting of the candle ceremony. Very simple things. What you are but may I invite once again the chairman Uganda Expo. Yes, owner. Then we can maybe do a ceremony of lighting the candles once more. And it's a prayer for the lighting of the candles.
Say it again. Commissioner Barone, Commissioner Lydia Commissioner Charles Winter, Commissioner Charles Emma Okono, Commissioner Dr. Richard Nam, Commissioner Honorable Judith again. So now my singular honor, pleasure to invite you, Honorable Minister, to come give your remarks. We shall close this function.
The honorable members of parliament present, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union to Uganda, Your Excellency, Ambassador of the United States to Uganda, the Chairperson, Uganda Aid Development Partner, the Acting UNAIDS Country Director, the Managing Director, NSSF in absentia, understand he was around, representatives of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, Chairperson of the National Forum for People Living with HIV/AIDS in Uganda, the representatives of the young people living with HIV, the chair, management, and staff of Uganda AIDS Commission, the media fraternity, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to the National Commemoration
of the International Candlelight Memorial Day. And I want to thank all the speakers, and I want to thank all those who made presentations. When we remember a day like this, we reflect on the million of people here in Uganda and globally everyone, or nobody who died of HIV/AIDS. For many of these families, the memories was when it was first discovered. He did not live in denial. You remember on the onset of the epidemic, many countries did not want to talk about HIV/AIDS for fear of loss of the so many activities for fear of reduction in various industries like the tourism industry. But the president stood up and said that if you're coming for tourism, then you have to stick to your terms of reference. And if you divert, you can encounter a lion in the jungle. And that is how Uganda came to its senses of how to manage to fight HIV/AIDS. He spearheaded a struggle to fight the epidemic, and Uganda registered early successes because of his on the workplace because mental well-being. Stigma may not present with obvious physical signs. A person who experiences stigma may look fine, like they are coping on Stigma may therefore lead to damaging and far-reaching negative effects on both our physical and the mental well-being of those affected, especially of their rights may lead to loss of confidence and failure to seek hope and medical care. Indeed, fear of stigma and discrimination is cited as the main reason why people are reluctant to be tested, disclose their HIV status, and consistently take their ARVs. This results in increased new HIV infections and a higher number of AIDS-related deaths. Stigma and discrimination of people living with HIV/AIDS continues to persist because of lack of information and spreading of false information. This is the same fear that people had in the 1980s when very little was known about HIV/AIDS and how it is transmitted, which meant continues. Look at how many people have died of COVID-19 pandemic who did not have HIV/AIDS. And look at those who have lived with HIV/AIDS for all those years, and they are still here living. So it is us to fight the phenomenon of stigma. Days have gone where we have to look at people with HIV/AIDS as people who don't matter in society. They do matter and even do better, or even better than those people without HIV/AIDS. Let us get together as a country and globally to fight HIV/AIDS. When we talk about ending HIV/AIDS by 2030, and yet there are some things that we are not addressing, then we are deceiving ourselves. We are embracing testing, counseling, and the treatment. But there's one issue that we have to look at: prevention. Prevention, prevention, prevention. If you address the issue of prevention, then we are sure of ending HIV by 2030. We all know of ways through which HIV/AIDS is acquired is through sexual relationship. Then we have to, if we are young, for those who were not born with HIV/AIDS, and you get a time of having a partner, they know what to do. Those are the terms of reference. And it goes with behavior change. This inaccurate information leads to irrational behavior and very highly among one of the countries that have friendly and welcoming people towards tourism. It is therefore paradoxical that while we are friendly towards foreigners, we fail to treat our own brothers and sisters living with HIV/AIDS in a befitting manner. This needs a change and must immediately. As we embark on global goal of ending HIV/AIDS by 2030, we need to end stigma first. Each and every one of us here present and Ugandans out there should take a personal commit stigma. I want to thank NSS NSSF has one of the largest networks of workers in formal employment across the country. Large network to disseminate messages on HIV stigma prevention at workplaces. I want to thank the AIDS development partners. Government of Uganda is very grateful for the support towards fighting the HIV epidemic. I want to thank Your Excellencies here with us today for the support that your governments and the citizens of your countries continue to make available to us. Government is progressively increasing its support for social services, including health, education, and HIV services. However, as we are progressing, step up our own domestic financing initiatives. But continue to preach the message of love to all the people. For the Christians, Jesus was a good example this time. He ate with the sinners, the tax collectors, and those that let us urge our congregations to do the same. Support us to train parents and carers to discuss the difficult subject of sexuality with their children, so that by the information from somewhere else, they know how to differentiate the good from the bad and will make correct decisions. For each one of us, including the people living with HIV/AIDS, let us commit ourselves. I therefore urge you to mass media to disseminate messages that promote prevention in our homes, communities, and the nation. Before I conclude, I want to allay the fears of the Honorable Nambozi. US has really tried. After the launch of the Presidential Fast Track Initiative to ending HIV/AIDS, we've reached out after the national launch, we had to make the regional launches, where we also had things like Ebioto, where cultural leaders from all sub-regions came together and we shall continue doing it for as long as with the issue of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us not panic. As the president has called for an urgent of the National Task Force COVID-19. He will guide us. Let's not panic. It is true, we have a new strain from India. So it is upon us to adhere to the guidelines that have always been told to us by the Minister of Health and the President himself. It is not an issue of panic. I would like to General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the exemplary leadership in fight against HIV/AIDS in Uganda. And to declare this function closed. I want to thank you.
Our guest of honor, thank you so much. We feel more re-energized by government's commitment to continue fighting the problem of HIV and AIDS, and we thank all the partners and all of you for having turned up. Now, the remaining part is to sign the candlelight. Call it the quito, signing the quit. What is going to happen is that at your desk you have markers that have already been sanitized, and each one of you, come on. Right here. I'll put a message or sign. What is written here is Uganda AIDS Commission under the Office of the President, Candlelight 2021, the theme, HIV stigma-free workplaces in Uganda, journey towards ending AIDS by 2030, the 27th of May, 2021. Hashtag End AIDS 2030 Uganda. So we put your append your signature here. The markers are sanitized, I'm told. And then we're going to have a group picture. The camera people will direct us. I think we shall stay where we are, and then the picture is taken. You don't have to move away from your seats after signing here. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Maybe one at a time to avoid the crowding. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador Pachifichi. Ambassador Natalie. Thank you so much, Dr. Maxime. Mr. Chairperson. Okay, we shall need that prayer for the candlelight memorial and then the anthems. That will be it. Okay, a prayer. And then after that, the anthems. No, a prayer after that, then a group photo and the anthem. I think the camera people will be right there, and then they don't have to leave where they are, right? Okay, all right.
Let's humble ourselves. Loving Father and Almighty God in heaven, in the name of Jesus, we give you honor and glory on this special day as we remember our beloved ones who have passed on because of HIV/AIDS. As we remember with it, as we remember those who are mourning the love of their dear ones at this particular moment. As a country, we find it hard how we can express our sincere gratitude to you, Lord, for having been able to use our president as a champion and all other stakeholders, including the religious leaders in this land. Thank you, Father, for the revelation. Thank you for protecting those that are living with HIV, but they are still alive and very useful amidst. We pray that, Lord, you protect and guard them against all of discrimination and denial. Into your able and secure hand, Father, I commit this country. As we battle with COVID-19, we pray that you will always remind us of HIV/AIDS, that is still around. We pray for Uganda AIDS Commission, Uganda AIDS Information Center, and all other stakeholders, that as we light our lights and these candles, we pray that you keep our hearts burning as we continue praying about the same. As we are about to leave this place, Father, unto you, I commit our journeys, that Lord, you will protect us against all kinds of accidents and dangers that may come our way. In the mighty name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
We all rise for the national anthem. Thank you. Okay. The camera people can advise how to take the images. Thank you very much. And I'm told lunch is available on this very facility. Maybe Uganda AIDS Commission can give more guidance on that, how people will have their lunch. Thank you.